How's everybody doing? Good evening, P-Wolf. Hope everybody's having a great evening. What are we going to log into the PTU this evening and declare our undying fealty to the orb above Area 18? I hadn't really considered logging into the PTU. I'm not really, I don't spend a whole lot of my time on the PTU. I feel like live is just unstable enough for me. I don't need the additional displeasure. Hey, Arcadia. Good evening, man. Appreciate you coming out. Gang's all here. So, be honest. How many people wrote a letter for the privilege of buying an Odin? I knew you would, Griff. I did too. You're not alone. Not yet. I can come up with something funny, maybe. I didn't even try to be funny, but that's good. That's a good route to go. You're really close to doing it. That's a hell of a marketing team they have. I'll tell you what. No, I don't fault them at all for the approach they're taking. I think it's actually a pretty good approach. I think it's better than throwing stuff up on a website and letting people play the F5 war. You know what I mean? Like, people knowing in advance they're going to have this kind of locked in, I think is way better than trying to stay up till 2 a.m. or something stupid. So I appreciate the route they're taking. And, getting people to put some thought into it. But it's still one hell of a position they find themselves in where they can afford to be like, write us an essay to deserve, or to prove that you deserve to give us a bunch of money for a digital ship. Can't help but just be like, damn, you guys are good. I rawed it, dude. I don't use AI to write things. I don't know. I don't fault anybody who does it, but I personally get annoyed if people send me an AI generated message. I got a pretty good nose for that stuff, you know what I mean? Like, I'm in Discord a lot. I talk to people all day long, and most people I can tell are writing to me as themselves, but every once in a while somebody will send me this message. I'll be like, you didn't write that. Sure enough, I'll paste it into one of them things that will tell you like what confidence level it is that AI wrote it. And anytime I paste something like that in, it's 100%. I'm not a big fan when people write to me that way, so I tend not to stuff with AI. I just raw it. Speaking of writing essays and getting things, I got a beta key for what the hell's it called? Dude, my Anvil Empires. That's another sandbox MMO that's that I've been tracking from the people who made Foxhole. I played that on stream real brief. I just couldn't get into Foxhole mostly because of the genre. It's just not my cup of tea, but I am excited for Foxhole. It's like I am excited for Anvil Empires. It's taking what Foxhole has done to medieval. I don't know if it's going to be high fantasy or not. We'll see. But anyway, I think I can stream it. So if you're interested in it, I think the 11th, so 9 days from now, they're going to be doing their next playtest. And I have a key now, so I should be able to get into it. I'll verify that I'm allowed to stream it, but I'm pretty sure I am. So give people a peek at that in case you haven't seen it yet. It'll be the first time I'm playing it. So, oh yeah, back to the Odin. I wrote an essay. Hopefully they pick me. I would love to get a couple of those for the old org. We'll see. Twice the size of the Javelin. Like, holy shit. Speaking about live being glitchy enough, I just had to break out my own ship. Break out of my own ship because the doors of my prospector were glitched. Yeah. Nice project. Maybe they're starting to bring the ownership model. The ownership model's failing. I played the I'm John Everyman player and should be one of the few non-content creators to get offered one. Hell yeah, Griff. I didn't even, I think I did link my YouTube channel thing. But I'm not big enough to play that card. Not like some people. Agree when two people write to each other using AI, are they really communicating? Yeah, Wiseacre, that's what I'm talking, or Wiseacre. Thanks for coming out too, man. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I will use AI to help polish something I have written if I'm going to like post it somewhere for mass consumption. Like if I'm updating a website, like I'll write blurb myself and then I'll ask AI to just correct it for me. Like, or I don't even say correct, I just say make recommendations on how I can improve this, and then I will choose if I'm gonna make any modifications. But that's only for like copy material that I'm putting on a website or something like that. Not for personal communication. Now someone had the great idea of sending their essay using magazines and cutting letters. Holy shit. Sending it via post? That's amazing. When did I apply for the anvil? I don't know, like I think somebody linked it in Discord a couple days ago and I just followed the link and filled out the ticket. I really didn't write a whole big essay. I did like a paragraph, maybe a paragraph and a half. That's it. I kept it short and sweet. It wasn't, you know what I mean? Like, I'm sure there's a million people lined up for it, and I wouldn't say that I wouldn't expect that I would be in front of a lot of them. I mean, there's a ton of people active in their testing programs. Like, I'm not in Evocati. I'm a pretty small creator relative to a lot of them out there, so I don't know how many they're going to hand out. That's the question. I don't know how many. Do we have any idea how many of these big ships they make available? Like during, you know, their other ship sale events. Like how many Krakens do they make available? Have they ever published that information, or is that pretty close? Yeah, I figured it. They don't even let us know. So who knows? You know what I mean? Like if they sell 5 Odins, I would guess that I'm definitely not going to be one of the 5. But if they sell 5,000 Odins, yeah, maybe my paragraph will be worth one. I don't know. Only guesses? Yeah, no actual data. Yeah, I'm sure we could, maybe with, you know what I mean? I don't know. They sell so many ships that I don't even know if we could infer it by digging into the financials that people capture. You know what I mean? Like maybe we can infer a little bit, depending on what else is going on that month. But probably not real. There's just too much. It's lost. It's like noise, you know what I mean? Especially if they're only doing a handful. Now, if they sold like 10,000 $5,000 ships, that might that might make a dent in their top line. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. I'm excited for 4.8. I saw it just went yesterday. It just went all backers. I haven't even read this yet. So I'm just gonna skim through this, but refueling missions and improvements. Pretty pumped for this. I have a Starfarer. I've had it for a long time. I tried refueling people with it twice and got frustrated and gave up both times. So I'm pretty excited to see some attention given to the whole refueling thing. Hopefully it actually works now. Although I don't expect it to work on 4.8 opening day. Maybe a couple weeks after. Couple hot fixes. It'll finally work, but looking forward to it. Hopefully they actually improved the Starfarer as well. I don't know if they mentioned that in here or not. And we don't have to buy the new refueling ship just to be able to refuel things. Part 1, refueling missions. Those will be cool. I mean, I think I would wager that the refueling missions were the whole reason they changed things around so that the refueler can initiate a refueling operation rather than the buyer. I also wonder, I don't know if maybe they mentioned this in here, but I'm wondering if the sale part of the transaction still worked. Because originally the Starfare, you could set prices and all that stuff on the fuel. But in all the notes I've heard so far about refueling 2.0, I haven't heard any mention of that. Contracts. Refueling contracts now available from the United Wayfarers Club. Boom. Contracts are specifically designed for pilots operating refueling ships, such as Starfare. Okay, yeah, it's working. Mission completion requiring fitting a target ship's tanks to at least 85%. Cool. Payment is held in escrow. Okay, so the payment is in there during the refueling process and released on successful completion. That's cool. Now, I wonder if that escrow system exists for both players and missions, or if that's just an AI ships involved in contracts are always passive and will never initiate docking. The player must send the docking request. Okay, so these notes seem to apply to both players and NPCs. Refueling beacons. One time in my entire Star Citizen career, I could have used a refueling beacon, and it was just like 2 weeks ago. I got stranded in Pyro. That is the only time I have ever ran out of fuel in this game. I don't know if we're going to see a whole lot of people running out of fuel until they make changes to hyperspace and fuel consumptions. But we'll see. Oh, really? No refueling beacons from players? It says right here that players who have run out of fuel can now submit a refueling beacon from their mobiGlas, specifying whether they need hydrogen, quantum fuel, or both. So it sounds like we're getting them from Players Wolf. Within 5 to 10 minutes, an AI Starfare will respond to the beacon and fly out to assist. Wait, what? This is making it sound like the beacons summon NPCs to come refuel you. If no player takes it. Oh, it says within 5 to 10 minutes. Still, that's as a player, you have to be Johnny on the spot if you're going to snipe that from an NPC then. Interesting. Okay. You gotta be... I wonder if we're gonna get pop-ups like we used to. Remember in the old days, whenever people could put medical beacons, you would actually get like a pop-up on your screen? Because if we're not gonna get that, then you gotta be sitting there just freaking refreshing the beacon screen to catch those before an NPC grabs them. Well, it says right here, Commander, that players who have run out of fuel can now submit a refueling beacon from their mobiGlas. That sounds to me like you're going to get player beacons before social tools. If you're looking at what I'm looking at. Right here. But then the very next line, it says, an AI Starfare will be dispatched. Well, I guess the question is, can players actually pick these up or not? Is this 5 to 10 minute AI Starfare a fallback if players don't pick it up? Or is it the only way? Yeah. Pretty cool. Either way, it's cool. Definitely a bigger step forward than I was anticipating. A ship that is completely out of fuel cannot move, but auto docking does not require fuel, so the standard player can still complete... Oh, the stranded can still complete the connection. That's cool. I don't think it would be useful. I don't think you're going to auto dock your way to a station. Yeah, me too. I don't. It's not really clear here if it's both or only on PC. Like, if it's within 5 to 10 minutes, an AI Starfarer will respond to the beacon and fly out to assist. Like, if they're actually like spawning a Starfarer somewhere else, and at the 5 to 10 minute mark they start traveling to you, or if 5 to 10 minutes, poof, an AI Starfarer appears near you. It's really going to depend. Because if within 5 minutes a Starfarer appears next to you, it's going to be pretty difficult for a player to snipe that anyway. We'll see. Available contracts: refuel a standard ship contract. The ship has run out of fuel and is stationary on the at the marked location. Fly out, extend your refueling boom, dock to the vessel, and fill its tanks to complete the contract. The stranded AI ship will accept your docking request and QT away once refueled. Best suited for Starfarer class ships with sufficient fuel pod capacity to fill a target tank empty. The other one is receive fuel from an AI refueler contract. An AI Starfarer will quantum travel to your position and offer to refuel your ship. Target the AI ship, press on to request docking, align to their nozzle, and confirm your fuel purchase and vehicle maintenance. That payment is taken from escrow. Once fuel transfer complete, the AI ship will QT away after the. That's weird that they're listing that as a contract. I don't understand that. Distress signal ambush variant. Not every distress beacon is genuine. Some contracts will lead you to a decoy satellite broadcasting a fake fuel request signal. Upon arrival, the mission provider will warn you something is wrong because hostile AI ships quantum in and attack. Eliminating the attackers earns bonus reward above the base contract payout. Running from engagement still completes the contract to the base amount. Hostile ship count is kept low given you will be flying a refueling vessel. That's really freaking cool. So they have taken what players have organically done in the sandbox and they have made it part of the NPC game. I love that. It's a nice way to get people thinking on their feet and aware of these dangers without potentially before they experience it from other players. Always a good thing. Oh yeah? You've seen the new UI? I have not seen it. Were you on the PTU or did you see it somewhere online? Part 2, refueling, system improvements, docking, fuel transfer, new items. Flow speed is now a fixed property of the nozzle and cannot be manually adjusted. Nozzles can no longer be damaged by incorrect flow speed settings. Interesting. Yeah, I guess that's not really a big deal to lose control over that. I can see people just thinking that's annoying. Hydrogen fuel is always delivered before quantum fuel when both are requested. Pods for both types can be opened at the same time without manual switching. Interesting. Yeah, they have definitely scaled back the complexity of delivering fuel. There used to be a lot of knobs to turn on a Starfarer. Well, again, I could never actually get it to work, but 10 new items are being added, 5 new fuel pods, and 5 new nozzles with the existing items rebalanced. Pods and nozzles vary in flow speed, storage capacity, and damage resistance. This model that they're going with at least makes it more familiar to people who are accustomed to the mining framework. And I think, in general, even though we're losing some fine grain control, I think consistency in the user experience is a good thing. It's going to allow people to kind of intuit how these things work. For a game as complicated as Star Citizen, I think that's important. Stats on the fuel nozzle and pods received a rework. Pods now add a modifier to the flow speed that is defined by the nozzle, and we have separate flow speed for Q, UA, and H2Y fuel. quantum and hydrogen. Refueling pods are now available for purchase at stations via the commodity tent. Okay. UI changes. The pod management interface has been consolidated from 2 screens into 1. Pod fill amounts are now displayed as a current total value. For example, 450 600 SU rather than a percentage. That's good. Good change. Valve control elements have been removed from the pod management screen, and makes sense. Payment information, process timeline, and abort button remain on screen during active refueling. A control hint for entering refueling mode now appears in the lower right of the HUD when seated in the aisles. Overall, I think it's a minor bummer that we're losing a little fidelity over the fine gain controller refueling, but I think, and again, without even seeing this at all, my gut would say that the consistency and user experience would probably more than make up for that. What's up, Zinley? Just reading some patch notes of your favorite game here, bud. But I want to talk about the CCP news, Zinley, which I know interests you a little bit. In case anybody's heard, CCP is Indy again. It'd be nice when you have fuel scoops that work. Yeah, right. Don't they work on some of the ships? I thought that some of the Origin ships had fuel scoops that were working. At least at one point, maybe they stopped working. Yeah, the Miska Starlight, new refueling ship. Yeah, exactly. Just passive. I don't know if it actually matters where you're at with the ships that have it. I would imagine that at some point that will begin to matter. I think they just passively regenerate fuel right now. Ship hangar services. Tier 0. Oh, this is the one for our ships, and this is probably one of the more exciting. Behind Tactical Strike Group, this is probably one of the things I am more excited about. Ship hangar services Tier 0 brings the same repair, restock, and refuel services used at landing zones directly to your large capital ships. When landed in the hangar of a supporting vessel, you can open your mobiGlas and request ship services just as you would at any station or outpost. This first release makes the feature available in the Carrack. Really? I didn't expect that. The Idris, Polaris, 890 Jump, as well as the AI Idris in Tactical Strike Group missions. I didn't expect the Carrack. I thought it was just going to be Idris, Polaris, 890. That's a welcome surprise. Maybe a slight bummer that we won't be able to refuel the Fury from the attack. What are you going to do? Also, well, I guess the new Ironclad is not really designed for a hangar. That's going to be more of a ground vehicle delivery unit, so that makes sense. Players will need to restock their ship's cargo grid with necessary items. This, I think, is freaking awesome to refuel and restock. Ammunition, countermeasures. Is that the first time that countermeasures are purchasable? I don't ever remember purchasing countermeasures before. Quantum fuel, hydrogen, and raw material composites, RMC, are now available at admin offices at Seraphim Station, TDD locations, and admin offices at station. I think that's awesome, dude. Ammunition also, I guess, is something we've never had to purchase. Well, you could from only station service. So yeah, these are all going to be new in-game items. Air hangar is quite small. Can't use it for much. Yeah, I know. It's pretty much just for the little anvil ships. Well, you could put some other stuff in there. You could put Furies in there. That little medical ship is my favorite thing. Put in those. Tied to the rearm button. Interesting. I'm all for like this kind of stuff that makes us think about prep, though, man. Anything that makes us plan and think about prep, I'm a huge fan of. Land in the hangar of a capital ship that offers servicing and remain seated in your ship. Open the mobi glass, navigate the vehicle maintenance services app. Same interface used at landing zones and stations. Request repair, restock, and refuel as needed. It's also cool that it consumes RMC to repair. I like that. You know, this patch, man. I mean, if you're out there in like an Idris or something, it's gonna pay to maybe have a small salvage ship on board. Go out and do some salvaging for you. Keep your ability to repair kind of topped off. You could also have a mining ship on board. Mining, well, no, can't do that yet. Yeah. Actually, the RMC is going to be the only thing we could self-service, right? Everything else we're going to have to buy from a station. We can't mine hydrogen yet, and we can't refine quantanium yet. So those both are still going to be... Until we have refining ships in game, I would imagine we're not really going to be able to self-sustain out there too long still, aside from having ships going back and forth to stations. Pick that stuff up for. Or refueling ships going back and forth to stations, maybe. Ammo separated per size, that makes sense. And that's cool. According to the Ironclad Q&A, the Assault can repair small ships. Yeah, I thought that the Ironclad Assault was meant to repair ground vehicles. But I suppose when they say small ships, I would imagine that's anything that you can, any of those ships that you can spawn on those small planet-side pads that are designed for ground vehicles. You know how some of the small ships you can actually spawn on those things. I would imagine those would be repairable on the Ironclad if it uses the same system. I hope that would just be combined into 3 core types: fuel, ammo, and CZM. 7 different ammo boxes to move. Yeah, but you're really not going to need 7 different ammo boxes because you're only going to be able to land ships with a certain size gun on those things, you know what I mean? You might need up to a size 3 or 4. Can't imagine you're going to be fitting too many ships on an Idris that can have the higher end weapons. But I get what you're saying, but I'm a fan of it. This feature is active during tactical strike group missions on the AI Idris. Cool. Services do not require action from the crew of the ship. I wonder how it decides what box to deplete from. Like if you have a bunch of boxes of ammo, I wonder if you're going to end up with like a bunch of partially filled boxes or if it's going to drain the boxes intelligently. I'd be curious to see how that works. Economy and supplies. Capital ship service commodities are now purchasable at commodity shops across the system universe. Ammunition, countermeasures, quantum fuel, hydrogen fuel, and raw material composite are available at admin offices. Share from stations, TD locations. Pricing is set by the AI ship for the release. It is not adjustable by players yet. Got it. So we can't set the price of that stuff on capital chips yet. Makes sense. But I wonder, I guess all the RMC that, or not, I'm sorry, I guess all the credits that trade hand, like in this and on the refueling, I'm supposing that it just goes to the pilot's pocketbook or wallet. I would imagine that's what they're going to have to do for now. Tactical Strike Group mission pilot. The general locations have had lots of LOD, performance art, and lighting polish. We've disabled the spawning of the turrets during the mission, so they no longer generate mid-mission after being destroyed. Players should now correctly be able to receive the crossbow blueprint as a reward from completing TSG. Very cool. I am so excited to do these. I'm excited to see them in action. I mean, this feels like the first org-centered fleet missions that we have in the game. Or even just not org, but large group, right? First real big multiplayer event. I'm excited. I'm really excited to see how they play. A lot of people have been reaching out to me too, like, "Hey, what are you guys gonna?" And so it's not just me. There's a lot of people excited about this. This one surprised me. The Aegis Hammerhead Gold Standard. Keep its gold standard pass, bring the ship's interior up to the level of quality established by more recently built and reworked vessels. Every area of the interior has been reviewed and polished from the crew quarters, and I'm excited to see this. See just how up to snuff it's gotten. Has anybody seen it? The captain's quarters and the service areas below decks. The update also addresses the number of functional issues that have been present in the ship since its original release, including missing collision on several interior geometry pieces, vis area and atmosphere problems in the turrets. Yeah. Overlooked life support and a collection of interaction and UI fixes across cargo elevator, component bays, and power relay. Interior art has been fully reworked and brought up to the gold standard quality. I'm not going to read all that, but I'm very excited to get in the game and actually see what it looks like, because I mean, this has been a pretty old ship. I mean, it hasn't had any changes since I started the game, and just seeing how much polish they've applied will kind of give us a hint on how far they're going to go in some of the other ships. Technical and functional changes. Component bay doors now open fully. Previously, they did not open completely. Component bay housing, a whole bunch of stuff. MFD UI screens no longer offset. That is so annoying when that happens. Cool. Yeah, I can't wait to see that. Ship projectile velocities and armor penetration updates. With this update, the 4.8 ship weapon speeds have been balanced across the board. With speeds raising at the low end and reducing at the high end. This update also brings balancing to heavy fighters, armor penetration, so the fighters class can all damage one another and prevent heavy fighters not being able to hurt other heavy fighters. That's freaking hilarious. I hadn't heard that was a problem. No surprise, but funny. What the hell is this crossbow thing? A lot of people seem excited about this crossbow thing. I think this is what, like an early promise? I don't think I was around for that, so I don't quite get it. Don't think many people knew about this prowess. Yeah, I hadn't heard about that. That's hilarious. I could just imagine two heavy fighters going at each other and not being able to do any damage. Crossbow is old. Yeah, that's kind of what I heard. I don't know what it's all about though. Is it like an actual crossbow? Oh, they showed it 8 years ago. Let me see if I can get a picture of one. Is this what? Whoop! What the hell? deposit cross. So this is it. It's like a new weapon. Cool. Cross promotion with another Ultima game that didn't really come to fruition. Really? I didn't even know there was another Ultima game in the works. Sweet. Well, sweet that it was at least attempted. And then a bunch of bug fixes. Yeah, man. I mean, another good patch, dude. I'm excited. Very excited for the tactical strike groups. Followed by ship hangar services, followed by refueling. I also heard we're getting a lot more missions in Nyx. And more bringing Nyx to life, which is cool. When are they going to put spears and slingshots into the game? We need pointy sticks, Zero, like we have in PAX Day. We need to run around with pointy sticks. Cross portion with Shroud of Avatar. Gotcha. Cancelled. First of many. Well, probably not the first, but being canceled is just like a badge of honor with MMOs now. Yeah. Cool, man. Can't wait. All waves. Can't be much further off now. What do you think? Thursday? I'm calling Thursday. For no reason other than a wild ass guess. Thank you, Mouse Click, so much for the follow, dude. Really means a lot. Helps a lot. Awesome. I appreciate you catching me live. So many issues I need till the 14th. Oh, yeah? So you're, what, 2 weeks? Worried about inventory? Kind of broken. Seems very dependent on system performance, so maybe debugging is screwed it up. Yeah. It's definitely dependent on system performance. It always has been. Like, inventory is one of the first things to go to shit anytime they're having their message queue issues or anything like that. That's pretty normal. Not being able to buy anything at the kiosks. Anytime they were having their message congestion, back when they were telling us and like kind of digging into the message queue services and everything behind Star Citizen, like that was one of the primary symptoms was kiosk issues. 1 full week in a couple days. Okay. So it seems you can only request a tanker if you are out of both fuel types currently in PTU. Hard to test it when hydrogen takes so long to run out. Yeah. Hopefully they get that fixed. Quantum is the primary one that matters there, obviously. They need to parallelize replication layer data transfer. I don't think that's going to happen until they break the replicant out of the hybrid. I think that's when we'll see the replication layer bandwidth dramatically increase and hopefully help with a lot of these issues. But until then, I would expect it to continue to rear its head from time to time. What about this? Has anybody else seen this? Has the refuel beacon been implemented? Mouse click, that's what we were just talking about. The refuel beacon, I guess you only get the option whenever you're out of fuel. And then, I guess you get the option in the mobiGlas somehow. Which is consistent with the only other beacon that I can remember in the game, which was the med beacon. Like, you only got the option whenever you're dead. But... yeah. Well, and then that's what somebody said, you only get it whenever you're out of both fuel types right now. So obviously that's not very useful. Definitely sounds like a bug. When is the replicant likely to be broken out, Grillo? At what stage should we expect it? I think, hard to say, man. Like, trying to think, because, I can't imagine it's coupled to the DSM work. Like, they feel like two parallel efforts to me, but I also can't imagine them wanting to complicate the DSM work by breaking that out too soon, you know what I mean? But they really are parallel undertakings. Without, like, being able to look behind the scenes. Like, because they're going to need instance management technology for the... When I say instance, I'm not talking about in-game instances. I'm talking about instances of services, right? Or servers. And they're going to need instance management, platform tech, whatever, for the DGSs. They're also going to need it for the replicants, and I wonder how much overlap there's going to be there. They're going to be using the same platform, if they're going to be doing something more customer in-house, it's really hard to say. So, and the reason that matters is because if they are building that out for the DGSs as part of DSM, then that work might also be going to getting the replicant layer. But if they are not sharing that technology, and that's different than the work going on to get us DSM is not pushing forward the replication layer. And so, like, without knowing those types of things, it's really hard for me to wager guess what the timing will be. Is there a way to force Windows to not put the Star Citizen exe client into efficiency mode? Besides using Lasso, I don't know. I've used Lasso for those types of things, Zero. I think yes, there is a way, but I couldn't tell you off the top of my head. I'm not a Windows expert. Med beacons could be created at will before. 90s? Really? Not in my time here. Like, whenever... Since 3.17, I didn't see that ability. Makes sense with the current system, but I hope we get a rescue app in the Mobi or something. Like a hub for beacons. Yeah, that would be really cool. Mouse click. I think they already feel the issue in the monitoring. Hit by low FPS, long load times, quantuming like Area 18. Virginia, it's because the DGS handover. Can't wait for that to go away. Anyway, there's this really good website in case you have not seen it. I'll put a link in chat. Oops. There it is. You have not seen this before. There's a lot of great information. What's up, Sir Thaddeus? Thanks for coming out, man. But you can see this website's been around as long as I've been with the project, and I remember a lot of these boxes being not green whenever I started. So they have come a long way. He does a good job. Whoever maintains this, he's been in my chat quite a bit. I don't know if you're there right now, but shout out to you for this if you are. Yeah, I've done a very good job of maintaining this, keeping it up to date. You can see that replication layer v2, dynamic server immersion v2. These are all things going into the state of the world right now. So again, I don't know if there's any coupling between these two or what order they plan on landing them, but yeah, it is great to have all the green. It did not used to be that way. We're getting very close to the vision on the tech side. I mean, way past the point of no return, right? Yeah, awesome mouse click. Give it a save, dude. Very cool website. And like each one of these things you can click into and get more information. I got links to relevant posts and all kinds of stuff. It's awesome. We look at replication layer v2. What's this point is to? Letter from the chairman. I definitely talk a lot about the replication layer in this one. The current architecture uses what we call the replication layer, which is a scalable data cache that tracks the state of all dynamic objects in the universe, runs in the cloud, and communicates with the cloud-based graph database, which we call the entity graph. This ultimately is the final... I don't know if I've ever read this before. This ultimately is the final authority on all the state of all dynamic objects in our universe. The replication layer, which is a separate service, and in its final form will have multiple worker nodes based on player concurrency, allows us to track and communicate the state of the universe in real time, and separates the simulation from state. This is the super important thing that Star Citizen is doing differently than any other game that I know of. Ashes of Creation, for example, which we'll talk about in a bit, but this was a radical change a lot of those other games. And when he said eventually they'll have multiple workers, like right now, the hybrid combines the DGS, the game server, and the replicant, so you actually have one replicant per shard of the universe that you're in right now. Not shard, I'm sorry, but per DGS. I don't know if the replication layer currently, though. I have to think about that. I mean, currently they are they're manually provisioning where these DGSs, what area of space they're responsible for. And I'm sure they're doing it in such a way that they don't have to worry about the overlap between the hybrid replicants right now. Like, they don't have to actually worry about that information propagating from one hybrid service to the other. How I would imagine they're working around that right now, because I don't think they have. I don't know that they have that technology in yet. The thing that actually is responsible for moving data between replicants. You know what I mean? Like, that's coming with the dedicated replication layer. So I think right now it's probably a little bit of hand waving and carving out the proper space for each of the DGSs. This is especially important for the scalability, as clients do not need to wait for a server to simulate to see state change around them, as both clients and servers communicate the results to the replication layer, which is then reflected to all the clients. Because the replication layer service does not need to simulate it, it can communicate state changes to clients at a fixed frequency and is not bound by simulation time, which should lead to better experience for players. For persistent entity streaming, PES to work with the entity graph and replication layer. For PES to work, both the entity graph and replication layer need to be functional. In terms of engineering, this was the biggest technical challenge and required fundamental reworking of how game handles authority and state change of entities. In addition, a whole host of new online services were needed to support the replication layer and the entity graph. And to support PES, we needed to create 12 new services. For server meshing, only 4 more services are currently planned. That just puts into words like the complexity of PES. I mean, we've had PES for quite a while now, and they've been employing it to varying degrees. And I know people have mixed feelings on PES, but PES itself was pretty monumental undertaking. Ship interior OCS is red. What does that mean? Ship interior OCS is, I think that goes to their container model, where it's another way for them to segment state transfer. So this, you go back and you watch a lot of my videos where I talk about the scalability challenges of Star Citizen and how dynamic server meshing is not going to solve everything. The reason is because dynamic server meshing is going to be really good at scaling universe out, but I always talk about the problem of scaling down. Like, if you get a bunch of people clustered in a small area, you dramatically ramp up like the amount of state that has to go back and forth, right? Because every player in a small area has to be aware of what every other player is doing. So even if you scale up to multiple servers, all the state has to bounce back and forth between those servers to keep everybody informed of everything going on around them. And when I say servers, right now we're talking about the hybrid, but in the future that'll be the replication, right? It doesn't matter if it's a replicant or a DGS, like, it's still data that has to be bouncing back and forth, because once we have the replication layer, you're going to have players split out among replicants, and now the data has to flow between those. Anyway, OCS is a way of limiting that, right? Because if I'm outside of a ship and you're inside of a ship, and we are doing things, we don't have to be aware of what each other's doing because we have the ship wall between us. Right? So that's what that is. It's a way of mitigating the information that you need because you're inside of a ship that I'm not. One way of looking at it. But that's the container model in general. Ships is one implementation of it. And thanks for watching all the videos, dude. Appreciate that. We just did some refueling. It's nice. You only need to align relative to the green dots. That it auto docks you. That's nice, man. That was the thing when I tried getting refueling to work back in like the 318, 319, 320 days with the Starfarer. I could never get a thing docked to begin with. It was so annoying. I wonder if there will be a tipping point where everything will snowball and we'll start getting new systems and features fast because the devs will have full foundation of tooling they need. Yeah, I think tooling like this or platforms like this, that's always the hope, right? Is that that eventually you get leverage from this thing that you're building. And I know it's easy whenever things are incomplete to poo-poo on that and kind of think that, that's never going to happen. Because like we're not seeing the leverage yet. We're not seeing the ROI yet. It's real easy for people to think you're never going to see it. But I can tell you, as someone who has been in a lot of organizations that have invested in platforms like this, the ROI does come eventually. Just think of iCloud, right? iCloud was a pretty big undertaking for Apple to build, and I'm sure that for a long time it was viewed as just a sunk cost. But now that they have that platform, look how fast they can deliver apps that depend on state sharing. It's crazy the number of developers who will go iOS first just because. No, I did not work on iCloud, but it's a type of system that I'm very familiar with. But like before that existed, if you wanted to develop a multi-user application, it was very common to just go to the web, right? Because it was very easy on the web. You just put a Postgres database behind it, you put a website in front of it, and people use the website, and now you have a multi-user application. But when it came time to do that on a native device, now you're talking about a distributed multi-user application instead of a centralized one, which was like your web server talking to your database, right? That's a very easy model to think about. But as soon as you distribute it out to a bunch of people using native devices, and they're all communicating back to your database, I think it's challenging. Now as a developer, you got to think about, okay, I got to set up some kind of RPC or REST API. I got to back that with a database, like what are the performance characteristics, and then I got to deal with all the edge cases that can happen between my iOS or my Android client, like reconciling the data, like what happens if I'm transmitting something and a connection drops. There's all these edge cases. And iCloud just solved all that for people. And I'm not saying iCloud's perfect, right? And it's not the only thing like it. Google has its thing. AWS has its thing. Like a lot of the providers have this now, but I mentioned iCloud because it was just one of the first to offer kind of a turnkey black box solution for mobile developers to just say, hey, I don't have to worry about creating an API anymore. I don't have to worry about standing up a database. I don't need any of that stuff. I can just use Xcode. I can develop my thing. I can say, hey, I need to share data between these things, and it just handles everything for me, right? And that's the kind of thing that helped catapult Apple forward in its dominance of mobile applications and generate them a cash cow through its 30% take on application sales, was because of the investment it made. And I'm not criticizing Apple. I think everybody should do business they want to do the way they want to do it. But yeah, it's just a really good example of the ROI coming through. And I think we're going to see the same thing from CIG over the long term, right? Like once these foundational pillars are in place, their ability to iterate and deliver new features that were not envisioned at the project start is going to be significantly higher than it has in the past. Like we've all been with the project since it was nothing. So every time we hear about something they went to plan, it's like, oh god, they're doing this other new thing. Like how far is that going to set back the thing that I want, right? Or how far, you know? So we have been in that mode forever since the beginning, and so it's easy for us to be skeptical, critical, and concerned anytime we hear of scope creep, feature creep, whatever you want to call it. Fair question, though. Yeah, fair question. I'm just saying that, like, we're in that mode where that is, like, the only way we can see it. But I think at some point that mode's going to flip. Because of the right. The other way of doing that is a more iterative approach. Ashes of Creation is a good counterexample where instead of investing all this upfront effort into a really fancy server meshing ecosystem, you just take something off the shelf like Unreal Engine 5, and you slap your game engine on that, and they offer an off-the-shelf way of meshing your servers together, and you use that, and then you realize, well, it doesn't quite offer what we need for our vision of Ashes of Creation. So what we're going to do is we're going to gut the Unreal Engine networking layer, and we're going to build our own, right? Like that's kind of the other way of approaching these problems. Skip the massive upfront investment and do something more iterative, reuse everything you can off the shelf. But, you know, as we saw, like I never actually got to see smooth server transitions in Ashes of Creation. I never got to see smooth server transitions in PAX Day. I never got to see smooth server transitions in Dune Awakening. These are all games that base themselves off Unreal Engine 5 instead of making the massive upfront investment the CIG has. Ironically, Star Citizen is the only game that I have ever seen a smooth server transition in. Of the modern crop of. I've seen them in older games too, but that's a different story. So, is it paying off? You decide. Dual Universe? I never played Dual Universe. Obviously, I can only talk from my own experience. But there's definitely other games that have had smooth server handoffs. World of Warcraft is one. But not as smooth as Star Citizen. You can't, I've never seen another game. Ashes was the only one that I knew that had it planned, where you could see people in the neighboring server. Does that exist in Dual Universe? If 4.8 wasn't the Invictus patch, I would be ecstatic for the amount of potentially game-breaking features we are getting crammed into this update. Don't worry about potential issues. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be explosive. I have never seen a ship sail patch or a free fly patch or anything like that where the systems ran well. Yeah, I'll check it out, Commander. Dual Universe was one of those games I played one time and I was like, nah, not for me. So I never really got to appreciate the technicalities of the project. I'm just not into voxel games. Well, we saw how it pays off in the first patches after introducing SM. Now with all these new features, it gets buried. Almost as if designing the systems from the start with their end goal in mind, that things work better instead of trying to race to the end and then work backwards. Kind of what I'm getting at. Project. Yeah, definitely. But I'm biased, right? That's kind of what I do. That's my job. I would be doing my job pretty poorly if I was not of that mindset. Free Flies have been running much better. That's good to hear. Dual Universal's voxel based, so even though they had similar idea, in reality it's not really close because of the fidelity difference. Yeah, that's why I wasn't into Dual Universe either. What's up, Eric's? Search some Google. What? I've been getting more of these annoying bots. Get rid of that one. Dude, they're everywhere. Did I cut my hair? Dude, that's why I haven't taken my beanie off, man. I had an incident. I don't want to talk about it. It'll be back. I had stuffed away earlier. What's the over-under on Area 18 Orb? Odin Concept Hologram or Dr. Kraken Tour? It's not short, but it's not nearly as long as I'd like it. I don't know what you're talking about, Griff. Oh wait, you mean the giant globe in the center of Area 18? What is... In the last PTU build, there was a giant replacement sphere hovering. Oh, I haven't seen it. Is there a place I can see it? I know, Zero. I hate that change.
And you may be noticing something off in the distance there. If we zoom in,
What is this?
there is
Is this what you're talking about, Griff?
a very, very large orb, or the replace me ball, I guess as you could call it, at what seems to be the top of the Area 18 IO tower, which typically is where they have some...
Yes, I hate it, Zero.
...displayed when they have Invictus here. Last year, this is where the Idris was displayed. You could go onto it and go explore it up at the top of the tower there. But this is a new addition into the PTU, and I think this gives us a hint as to something we could see in regards to the new Anvil Odin battle cruiser, which we're supposed to be getting the concept sale of. So we'll go over there, we'll just fly around a little bit, and then later in the video we'll also go on top of the tower, because there's some more interesting stuff there to talk about. But I think this is going to give us a hint as to how they're going to... one of the ways they're going to show off the battlecruiser in game. So let's get a little bit closer and we'll talk about that. So as we're getting a little closer to this, there was a I remember a week or two ago, there was a sound file that was found that was talking about a unique holographic experience at the IO North Tower for the Anvil Odin, something to show it off potentially in some unique way. Now, of course, because it's a concept ship, it's not going to be, you know, probably there completed or anything, because it's probably gonna take, I don't know, 2 or 3 years to make this thing. But I think something that I had guessed, I don't remember if I said it in a video or just when talking to people that I play Star Citizen with, but going off of that file, I was like, you know, what would be cool is if there was a giant hologram sitting off the top of the tower that kind of was to the scale of how the ship is going to be, to the appropriate size, so you could at least get somewhat of an idea of how large this thing is going to be. Well, again, in this new PTU build, there is the orb, as I guess I'll call it for now, floating up at the top there. So, and as you can see, it's pretty sizable. I don't think I'll be able to measure exactly how wide it is, because as you get too close there, you get repositioned. So there's like a no-fly zone. But that looks to be, it's, you know, probably at least 500 meters, 600 meters, 700, you know, like it's quite a large ball here, a replace me ball. So what I am speculating is this orb here is a placeholder for what will be a full hologram of the Odin sitting off the top of the tower there for you to go out and look at. And
I think that's a pretty good guess.
Sense of scale for the ship itself. But this thing it is quite big, like I said. So I'm going to just intentionally fly close here, and we're going to get impounded. But then what we'll do is we're going to go to the North Tower, and up at the top there, where there's a few additional things we could see and talk about. When you're up there, just standing normally on the platform, you are inside the replace me ball, so you won't see anything. But there's some interesting stuff to go talk about there. So let's get over there and check it out. Here's another perspective you can get of the orb as we're at the bottom of the tower here before we go up. You can see, again, it is quite sizable. Again, not sure on the exact width of it or anything, but I think very, very likely we could be looking at 1-to-1 scale hologram up there of the battlecruisers.
That would be really cool.
Let's go ahead and go up the elevator.
I hope that's what it is.
And we'll take a look at a few of the interesting things up there. All right, so we're at the top of the IO tower. Now,
the Vegas sphere
are either just placeholder from last year, like the Idris missile turret being here. That was here. These torpedo displays that
be a
have
big boy, hell yeah.
12 torpedoes. Those were part of the Idris display last year, and then we also have down a little ways there the missile PDCs, which were introduced with the Idris T kit.
I'm excited for this.
But
what do we got left? We got
some new stuff that gives me further, I think,
11 days
that, again, there's going to be something special up here. We do have on the walkway as you come out this way, we suddenly have textureless walkways. We have some signs that are missing, you know, whatever they're supposed to be on there, and we go out a little bit further. And as we get towards the end here, that walkway widens. There's some
I can see the
that
case for the
I would
Kraken.
assume we'll probably have some anvil signage on them. Probably the walkway would have something like that too. And then a little, you know, there's no obvious there's not like a gateway that would open to like walk out onto something, so I don't think we probably aren't going to be walking out onto the hologram. Like, I don't think it would have collision or anything, but I think this is going to be an observation point where you can see the hologram of the Anvil Odin. And it'll probably look really, really cool, I'm guessing, especially with the nice sunsets and stuff that ArcCorp has. So I think it'll be a pretty cool sight to see. And a pretty neat experience.
Just based on all the hype.
Different about these displays,
like the teasers they've been releasing from the Drake CEO and stuff like that. I could definitely.
They'll have up here maybe some.
I would definitely lean towards this being the Odin.
New PDCs. You never know. Maybe there's some other type of PDC they're going to give us at Invictus. We'll see if the Idris missile turret sticks.
Definitely going to get people out here.
It's a little weird that's.
You know what I mean?
Maybe they'll have something else that's up here as part of that, but I always liked the top of this area. It was really cool last year with the Idris being up here, and again the cool sky and everything of Area 18. So looking forward to seeing more.
I would also prefer the Kraken.
DefenseCon, and getting able to hopefully within the next maybe week or so.
I just think all the hype and teasers and stuff they've been releasing, like it just it points so much to the Odin.
Well, that's pretty much everything I wanted to go over in this video. Nothing too crazy, you know, just a big, inconspicuous orb in the
I'll talk about the timer thing in a moment.
Funny looking, and I think it's pointing to some cool stuff that we'll see as part of the Invictus and DefenseCon celebrations. So, if you have any thoughts on this, do you think we'll get a 1-to-1 hologram?
The subletter?
Else for the Odin or anything like that? Let me know down in the comments below. Are you planning to try and get an Odin? You know, I'd love to pick one up. I don't know if it's going to happen this first first time they're offering it, but maybe down the road. We'll see. But if you're looking forward to getting it, let me know that down in the comments below as well. But if you enjoyed this video, make sure to leave a like, as it helps the channel out too.
Give
And
them a
get
like.
subscribed for further Star Citizen and PTU updates. I'm planning on doing something to check out the new crossbow that has just been added with this build as well. So keep an eye out for that video coming in the near future. But hope you enjoyed this one. Have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you in the verse.
Cool. Yeah, I actually have the jump point up in front of me, and I haven't even looked at it yet. A lot of cracking stuff in here, you're saying? Oh, 21. Work in progress. Cracking. Sweet. Go to 21. Man. Yeah, this is probably the ship I am most excited for in the verse. Like the largest open air carrier. And I don't have one. I'm sad about that. I have a buddy that has 2 of them. I tried to convince him to sell me one, and he wouldn't. He has both models. I just want the normal model. I don't need the shops. Yeah. Yeah, I think they were doing like a pack one time where you got both of them. But this thing is freaking so badass looking. Like 1, 2, 3, 4 smaller pads and 2 larger. This looks amazing. Flying a freaking aircraft carrier around. So the reason... Yeah, I'll do this, yeah. The reason I'm not a huge fan of the new plan model, I don't know. I hate to judge things too harshly before I get my hands on them, but on the surface, I don't like it because I don't see how that's compatible with our vision on player-driven activities. Like, you know, my ship got all busted up. I was in a battle. I need a tow, or I need somebody to come out here and repair me with a Vulcan, or you know, I need whatever. Like, if I can just instantly replace it, I don't know. Doesn't feel and people's response is, yeah, but you're gonna have to pay if you replace it. You know what I mean? You're gonna have to pay for, because if you replace it, you're only gonna get, you know, basic stuff, and then you have to register it, and then you have to pay extra to get like the extra good stuff returned to it. And I'm like, yeah, but I would have to pay the player that is going to come do things for me. You know what I mean? And even if it's cheaper to pay the player to come repair me than it is to reclaim my ship, I'm telling you right now, I'm going to reclaim the ship just because it's a known quantity. I know how long it's going to take. I know how much it's going to cost. I know there's not going to be any bullshit, right? Yeah, there you go. Parker, here's a Crucible guy. It worries him too. That's exactly why it worries me. That's exactly why I hate this change on the surface. Now, obviously this could be temporary. It could play out a lot different than, you know, what I'm concerned about. So I'm not judging too harshly, but I am definitely concerned. The change concerns me. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I don't really like it on the surface. Yeah, the Kraken will be an awesome org base. Maybe down the road, ships like Kraken, merchantability could slot in NPC merchants you hire, like Blades. Maybe there could be some value. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I think the shop one's going to be cool. I'm not saying it's bad. I think the Kraken shop is going to be awesome. I look forward to visiting them. It's just not the game loop for me. Like, I'm not interested in having a flying chop. I want a carrier. Like, I want a combat carrier. Ship repair was supposed to be right actor salvage a while ago. If you wait for your ship longer than 1 hour, this might change. Well, that's what I was talking about, Karsten. Is Zero was saying that he's getting a ship back instantly now because the timer starts when you summon the ship initially, not whenever you put the claim in. I'm hoping that's a bug, but it sounds like it's not. It sounds like it's intended. So that's the change I'm not a fan of. That's where the later warranty and later insurance comes into play. As far as I know, this is another temp. Yeah, I hope so. That's why I'm not like I'm not gonna throw a fit about it, but it's you know, it's kind of like tier 0 item recovery. Like, it sucked, didn't like it, but understood it was a temporary solution. So, you know, all I was gonna do was say it sucked and I hated it, and I can't wait till it's gone. So many complicated layers, yeah, you ain't kidding. A bunch of them. Right. Whoop. The development of Drake's magnum opus has ramped up over the past few months, as regular readers of the PU Monthly might have noticed. Keep everyone up to speed, we've trawled back through the past few months of updates to show you where the Kraken is, what's changed since the concept, and generally just showcase the impressive work going towards this game-changing carrier. Holy shit, Griff. Thank you, dude. Really appreciate it, man. Thank you for everybody who just became a member of the channel. I appreciate you all. Thank you, Griff. That means a lot. Big help. First change to the overall shape dimensions of the Kraken, reducing its length from 270 to 260 and its height from 64 to 60. Although minor in numbers, this rework removes a few areas of dead space within the ship, ensuring the interior is easier and more intuitive to traverse. Okay. Holy shit, look at the engine on that thing, man. Yeah. Salute for Griff. Definitely a Drakey looking engine. Garrett receives a design pass to elevate them to a key element of the ship. This approach was a key component in reconcepting work, with the team returning to various hero rooms and features also seen here in the gravity room. I love this gravity ball. Further detail to the cockpit. Captain, pilots, and co-pilot station, each receiving detailed concept work. Note the large radar in the front of the pilot and unique aeronautical style controls. I'm not sure I know which is which, but... Oh, I see. Holy crap. I don't know if you can see it because it's behind me. Yeah, down here. This stuff's awesome looking. Following the concept rework, white box work added significant detailing around the ship, including armor layers, the huge rear thruster layout in various sections of the hull. Here, the sheer scale of the Kraken is apparent. The white box appearing far more complex than other ships at this stage due to its size. Although just a teaser of its ongoing development, it's clear that the Kraken is shaping up to be a truly special addition to the verse. Keep you updated as progress continues. Yeah. Thing is massive. Freaking massive. It will be amazing. They do have the best engines. I gotta give them that. I love the data runner from Drake. Like how the back of that thing is just one big engine thruster. Love that shit. Wonder if they keep the Dragonfly Bay. I would hope so. Very cool. They should have the Caterpillar command module for the Kraken. Oh my gosh. That would be cool. Dude, speaking of the command module, I was just thinking yesterday, how much gold do I have in packs? Not much, Zen. I want to say like 3,000 or 4,000. But speaking of command modules, I was wondering, now that we're getting command modules in the game, I wonder how much closer that puts us to escape pods. Every time I walk past escape pods on my ship, I think, man, I can't wait till they work. Although, it'll probably be more meaningful once we have Maelstrom. Needs at least one more ship. I'd imagine we're going to be getting more ships in the future with command module. Now, if they have the tech, I mean, it would be insane not to capitalize on it. I want to take a week off just to fly around in it. That's awesome, dude. Fingers crossed for escape pods, yeah. Yeah, dude. I can't wait till they're in. I also have questions like how they're gonna work. I mean, are they gonna have like quantum jumps on them, or are you just gonna be stranded in space when you eject with them? Escape pods one feature I think strongly is going to get removed. Just seems way too complex to me. You think, Turska? I don't know, man. They're in so many ships, including the new ships. Like the, I mean, every new ship that comes out has a fleet of escape pods in it. I don't know that they're super complex. I've already got a lot of ships with docking, undocking, like, well, I can't say a lot, but it doesn't seem... It seems less complex to me than the Parasite ships on like the RSI Andromeda, for example. Like that seems more complex than an escape pod. With the command module could eject the pilot area a second time as an escape capsule with atmosphere chutes to survive uncontrolled re-entry. Yeah. That'd be cool. That would actually be really cool, Griff. Think the pods will be glorified option containers? Wait, call for help or regen? Maybe. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, do they just shoot out into space and then just float there until you're rescued? Like, is it going to be that? Or will it actually carry you to a planet and re-enter you or something? You know, like Oblivion. Like the escape pods in Oblivion would be a good example. Like those things, you know, we're able to get the inhabitant back to Earth all the way from the outer solar system. A lot of ship in the way. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah, after you eject, what then? Yeah, that's my question. I could see them going a number of ways with it, right? Like they could just strand you in space and require you to get a pickup. And it doesn't seem too difficult to have them tractor beamable. You know? So you just tractor them into the back of a ship and you let the person out. I could see that. Or I could see them putting quantum capabilities on them and just have you be able to choose a destination and go there and something. I don't know. I mean, EVE Online kind of has that with their pods, right? Anytime your ship gets blown up, you become a pod and you can just pilot that thing around. I don't think Sea Stars doesn't quite go on the EVE route, but I could see them doing something similar. As far as, like, maybe you get just a little bit of quantum fuel in them. You can't make a big jump, but you can get somewhere nearby. You know, something like that. And if you don't have enough quantum in it, then yeah, you are stranded. And then you gotta make a distress call. Sit there and just open up a distress beacon. I mean, the only advantage is that it allows you to persist longer in space, not running out of oxygen. Who wants to play a game waiting in an escape pod? No, that's exactly zero. Like, I don't think that would be too exciting unless you were able to program in a nearby destination you could jump to. It would depend on how deep in space. Like if you were near a planet when you got blown up. But yeah, if you're deep space, I could see the escape pod just not having enough fuel. Yeah, maybe like drones. That's a good point. It should at least allow you to play chess. I could see that. That'd be cool. I don't know. We'll see. Definitely, I don't know much about their plans. But speaking of EVE Online and their escape pods, this was good music to my ears. If you have not heard this, so Pearl Abyss is the company that CCP sold itself to. And Pearl Abyss sold EVE back to its original creators. And this is actually really good news to me because, you know, Star Citizen sometimes goes through these periods where it's not as playable as you would like, and you're always kind of looking for what other space game can I play? And EVE Online has popped up more than once on my radar. It's like, maybe I should go play a little bit again. I mean, I love so much about EVE, but one thing that prevented me from trying it again was the fact that Pearl Abyss owned it. And Pearl Abyss is just one of them Eastern cash cow, like milk anything you can in the game type of publishers. And I was just, on principle, I did not want to resubscribe and fund that kind of game making. So it's this is cool. And not only did they sell it back to them, here's the really cool part. Well, here, I'll just read it. In a report in the South Korean regulatory, Pearl Abyss stated that it will earn $120 million from the sale. This is likely much less than what it had originally paid for the creators of EVE Online in 2018. So 2018 is whenever they bought this from CCP. At that time, media reported that the purchase cost Pearl Abyss $425 million, although the company itself did not disclose the deal's value. Dude, what a savvy move that was. So you sell your company for $425 million and then you buy it back for $120. Tell me these are not the people who created Jitta. Who knows what it was worth? I have no idea what Eve's worth, but that is a hell of a deal. Now, you know, they did lose the income over the, 8 years? That's 8 years that have passed since they sold it. So, but I'm sure they've been getting paid during that time. Who knows what the financial structures behind this are, but still, it's a pretty big W to sell your business for $425 and buy it back for $120. As Perlibus explained, it decided to part ways with CCP Games after thoroughly considering its long-term strategy. Ultimately, the company concluded that it would be more beneficial for both teams to operate independently. I'm just happy to see more independent studios. I always respected CCP. I thought they did a good job with the game. And I didn't think that not being independent would be better for the game, for sure. The deal is expected to close as early as next week on May 6th. It's what, like Thursday? An interesting point, last summer there was already rumors online that Perlibus was considering selling the creators of EVE Online. I remember those rumors. CCP Games itself did not comment on the rumors, while Perlibus did speak to the media, albeit with a somewhat vague response. It stated that it regularly reviews its strategy to enhance competitiveness, but had not made any decisions related to CCP Games. It could not announce anything at the time. It is not ruled out that the company indeed began considering the sale then, and has only now finalized agreement. So, this is great. I mean, especially considering the landscape, right? I mean, how many MMOs and even other non-MMO games have we seen axed or canceled or closed over the past year or two? I mean, it's just a tremendous amount. It would have been heartbreaking to see EVE Online go down a worse route, right? Like, just if they could have easily decided to just milk it into oblivion, but the fact that they are just selling it back to its original creators, I think that's fantastic. That's kind of the best evolution of that story that we could have hoped for, in my mind. What do y'all think? Or do you think nothing? Like, doesn't affect me. Sounds like you've got that gotcha money, yeah. Yeah. That's awesome, I think. I very well may go resub to EVE and tinker around with it. Because one thing about EVE that is different from Star Citizen is that it is a great AFK game. You know what I mean? Like, I can have it up on the second monitor while I'm working, just kind of tinkering in it. That's not Star Citizen. Star Citizen, you are engaged when you're playing that game, which is great. I don't want Star Citizen ever be any different, but EVE is definitely something you can kind of tinker with. CCP lucked out, could have turned out worse. Yeah, no doubt. No doubt about that. I gotta take a quick bio break. My water is finally passing through me. But when I get back, I want to talk about one other game before we get back to Star Citizen, and that is Ashes of Creation. I don't know if you've heard, but it sounds like one of the big lawsuits against them is being dismissed. Freaking crazy, dude. You can't make this shit up. I'll be right back. I'm back. One lawsuit was dismissed. It's kind of meh. The reasons for the dismissal make complete sense due to TSG Game Holdings not controlling it directly anymore when control was handed back to Intrepid. From how I understood the coverage past few days on that dismissal. In 2010-ish in EVE, I used to AFK park in system in Delve. A guy named Valrat used to put up a safe bubble for people to use. Turns out the guy, a real-life diplomat, and was, holy shit. CCP named a system after him. That's insane, dude. Wow. Yeah, I have no idea about this lawsuit stuff, but I just wanted to check this out. It's only an 11-minute video. Because all I've read so far was Steven's blurb that he posted on Discord. I don't know if you saw that. Let me see if I can bring that. Yeah, this is what Steven posted on Discord. It says, "Good afternoon. The lawsuit filed against me and John has now been dismissed. This was always a completely fabricated lawsuit claiming that we had misappropriated money from Intrepid, harmed the company, or somehow caused the collapse that Rob Dawson and his board created. These allegations were false when they were filed, false when they pushed them into the public narrative, and false when used as a distraction to cover for the board's conduct. Now, the case they used to fuel that narrative has been dismissed. This complete farce of a lawsuit was part of a broader scheme to control the narrative by muddying the waters and distracting from the highly unlawful actions now laid out in our federal lawsuit against Rob Dawson and his cronies. While employees were thrown into chaos, vendors and creditors were left out in the cold, and the Ashes of Creation community was left searching for answers. The board and its allies pushed a story designed to make us the villains so people wouldn't focus on the truth of the catastrophe and what the board had actually done. Their strategy was never built to withstand scrutiny. How could it be? The facts tell a different story. Facts they knew they could not contain for long." Of course, this is all Steven's narrative, Steven's perspective. I'm not placing a ton of weight on this message, but I think it's good to have this message before we go looking at any other coverage. The evidence we have put before the federal court shows the conduct they so desperately want hidden. It shows a board that seized control through threats and coercion, manufactured secured debt that had already been converted into equity, used that manufactured debt structure to feign insolvency and steal Intrepid's assets, falsify public records, failed to notify a senior security lender and banking institution, tried to transfer Ashes of Creation into Dawson-controlled entity, and then left hundreds of hardworking families to suffer the consequences in a gross violation of labor laws. That is the outrageous conduct they did not want the public focused on. That is why they needed a distraction. One thing I did say from the beginning, though, whenever we saw, because in the beginning when we saw all the materials coming out about this whole thing, like, it was very weighted against Steven and the existing leadership of Intrepid. And, at the time I did say, like, it's going to be really hard to tell until things are out in the court. And I think we're starting to see a little back and forth on this now. I still have no idea who's culpable in all this. I don't know if we'll know for quite some time, but it's interesting and crazy. And it's insane that gaming has like this days of our lives shit going on in the background. As shown in witness testimony and the public filings, their plan was not subtle. They orchestrated a scheme to take Intrepid's assets, and then they conspired to have John Carmanis push distorted narratives through his own mouthpiece so that the public conversation would revolve. Jason Carmanis. distort a narrative through his own mouthpiece so that the public conversation will revolve around his ridiculous accusations against me and John instead of their unlawful foreclosure, their despicable treatment of employees and their families, and their attempt to walk away from the catastrophic damage they caused. I will say that, and I said this at the very beginning, I think it was weird that Jason was on YouTube just spouting off his version of the facts whenever he knew this was going to court. I don't know. That just seems really strange. And at the time I said, imagine if like there was a big lawsuit going on between, you know, Apple and I don't know why I'm saying Apple, but Google and AWS. Like on either side, you had them like yapping their perspectives before they ever got to court. I just can't imagine that actually playing out well. They wanted confusion, they wanted outrage, pointed in the wrong direction. They wanted the community fighting over false claims while they attempted to salvage control of the asset they were trying to seize. This is a common playbook for them. What they did to the Intrepid team was inhumane. What they did to the community was cruel. What they did to our reputation was deliberate. They took the project of millions of people were waiting for, a team they had spent years building it, and a company with real value and momentum, and they treated all of it as collateral in a private insider power play to line their pockets and leave everyone else holding the bag. Then they tried to blame the wreckage on the very people who had worked tirelessly for a decade trying to deliver a game they promised. I will never allow that to stand. Their lawsuit is now dismissed. My federal lawsuit against them remains active. I will not rest until the harm done to the team, Intrepid stakeholders, and the Ashes Creation community, and the millions of fans who believed in this project is answered for. They tried to bury the truth under lawsuits, threats, and public smears, shell entities, and manufactured confusion. They failed. The truth is moving into court, into the record, and into the light. There will be maximum accountability. He then follows up with this, which was, do not lose hope, my friends. I am not fighting this for nothing. I didn't spend 10 years devoted to this project to watch it all end this way. Remain hopeful. The best thing we as a community can do is be patient and supportive. I know it is painful and sucks, trust me, I know, but I will not relent until justice is done and what was promised is delivered. It would be an insane story if this actually came through and the project was delivered someday. I don't see it, but it would be insane. Who knows? Stranger things have happened. AoC talk. Steven got himself where he did. And if that ledger is really true, it reeks of financial mismanagement. I blame business more than gaming for the drama. Well, yeah, definitely. I invested millions of dollars into the project, and over the past several years, I'm seeing mismanagement and no sign of act in a way that gives me any confidence in my investors to get money back. Not surprised Jason made some of his moves. Well, I mean, I don't know. I still don't have a perspective on who's at fault here. All I'll say is that there are expectations of behavior on both sides. And so far, what I'm seeing is both sides failed to live up to their expectations. Who's more at fault? I have no freaking idea.
What's up, everybody? I wanted to give you all some updates as to the ongoings of the Ashes of Creation and Intrepid Studios lawsuits. As many of you have probably noticed, things are really slowing down. I've commented on this before. We're really hitting a stretch where there's just not a lot to talk about as we're going through hearing after hearing. However, there was some big news today. And that big news was addressed by Stephen Sharif himself in the official Discord, and it was that the Nevada lawsuit has been dismissed. As a reminder, this was the very first lawsuit. It was TFE Games versus Stephen Sharif and John Moore. This is the one that had the allegations of misuse of money, handing out money to family and friends, and these claims of basically stealing from the company is what they were essentially claiming was happening. This one had been put on hold while we were going through the California case. And as you might remember when we last spoke about it, they basically hit a pause button and wanted to figure out what to do next. And apparently this was the next step, was just to dismiss it. This was a joint agreement, so both sides agreed. It was filed without prejudice, which means that it could be refiled again in the future. I really doubt that that would happen, but whoever knows what might come from these things. And of course, Stephen Sharif is pointing this out as a win for him, and it might be. I really don't know. I have no internal knowledge as to why TFE Games maybe decided to dismiss this. However, I do think that potentially part of the reason for why this has been dismissed is that TFE Games no longer owns any part of Intrepid Studios or Ashes of Creation's assets. As you might remember, that was all transferred back to Intrepid Studios, which really disrupted the California case, and this kind of led to where we're at there. However, because of that, I imagine it'd be very...
Why was it all transferred back to Intrepid Studios? I don't remember that. Was that the result of another lawsuit?
very hard for TFE Games to show that they've suffered any sort of damages because they no longer have any of those assets. It's no longer anything to do with TFE Games. It's all back with Intrepid Studios. So who knows exactly why the reasons are. I do suspect that might be a big part of it. They really can't get much out of it because they can't show damages. Maybe it'd be different if it had been filed, including Dawson and others as plaintiffs, but it wasn't. It was filed as TFE Games versus Stephen Sharif. So that one seems to be gone, and very interesting indeed. However, there are still ongoing legal issues with other lawsuits. One of those is the one brought by Jason Karamanis against Stephen Sharif. In this one, we've been waiting on a response, and actually it was Karamanis, I think in a YouTube comment, actually let us know what was happening, which was that Stephen Sharif's lawyer asked for an extension to respond. And as of right now, the expected response will be May 15th, I believe, to that initial filing. And per Jason's comments, he also, I guess, expects for there to be a countersuit, possibly with defamation. I wonder why that might be. Who knows? Has he been on several shows discussing the case and everything that's been going on? I don't know. Maybe you all know better than I. But he apparently expects some sort of defamation suit as well. There is also still the ongoing issue of the employee class action lawsuit. That has had zero response at this point. That one's just sort of still sitting there. Who knows what will happen from that? As a quick reminder, there actually were two initially. One has been dismissed. That was quite some time ago. But we do have one that's still pending, waiting for something to happen. And then that lastly brings us to the California federal lawsuit, which has been the one with the most ongoings, the most stuff happening as we went through temporary restraining orders and preliminary injunction hearings and attempts to remove lawyers and all of this sort of dramatics that eventually might make its way to a Netflix movie of some sort, or maybe a Lifetime show. So where we are with that is this motion
That's
for
what I'm
receiver.
saying.
Stephen and his law team, as we last talked about, has filed for this idea of a receiver, essentially almost like a court-appointed CEO, someone that can inspect everything, look at the books, and look at everything that's happened and approve sales and stuff like that. And that, of course, was not something that TFE Games wanted. And so that's been kind of the ongoing conversation piece in the court system. The last thing we got from that, there was an attempt.
I do wonder why TFE doesn't want that. Like, appointing a neutral executor seems like pretty fair, especially if what you all are telling me is TFE doesn't even own the company, have a stake in the assets right now. Why wouldn't they want this neutral executor in that case?
Attempt to have what's called an ex parte motion put forth, which would have sped up the process. It would have moved it essentially from, I think, May 19th to a much earlier, probably would have already happened. However, the judge denied that motion, did not feel that there was any need for an ex parte. Essentially, Stephen was unable to demonstrate that there was this urgent need to have a hearing right now. From that, it sounds as though so far there's been no attempt at a second foreclosure or sale. And so the judge basically said, there's really no urgency here. We'll still have the motion, and I'm not ruling on the motion, but we're going to have it on May 19th. With that, the judge also very clearly asked the two sides to confer and to potentially try to settle on a receiver of limited powers, potentially having something to do with an Article 9 sale. That apparently did happen. There was a deadline for that, which I believe was April 27th or somewhere in there. And there was no deal. They could not come to an agreement. Of course, you had Stephen's side wanting basically everything. They wanted a receiver that would not only manage the assets and control a sale or foreclosure, but also look at the books and really determine whether or not Dawson's debt was even still good after he went through the first foreclosure. As you might remember, that's an interesting argument they have, that the first foreclosure has now gotten rid of his lien. There's a lot to it that they were wanting a receiver to look at. And of course, TFE Games said, no, we don't want that. TFE Games did say they would be okay with essentially what we had before, a custodian-like approach of someone who just sort of held the assets and maybe facilitated some of the sale, but they did not want someone with powers to really look through the financials or anything like that. Also did not want to pay for it, was another part. So essentially we were left with nothing happening of substance. And the hearing for that will be May 19th, I believe, for the receiver. So we'll know more here in 2 to 3 weeks as to what the outcome of that might be. With that, we'll also have a amended complaint that will...
It's just, I'm sure there's a lot more to this, but as someone who doesn't know a whole lot about law, it seems weird to me that you would be accusing Stephen and company of financial mismanagement, but then not want a third party to look at the finance. You know what I mean? That's really that's a weird signal.
Likely be put forth. The first couple of requests from the original complaint, the prayers were essentially against TFE Games and owning Intrepid Studios property. And now that they don't own that, it was essentially either throw it out and start over or amend the complaint. So they have agreed to allow for an amended complaint to be put forth. The due date for that is May 15th. And then TFE Games will have 14 days after that in order to respond. So there might still be some shuffling of dates. I know I've thrown a lot out there for you, but there's a lot that will happen here mid-May, potentially, as to the outcomes of the case. The last thing I want to kind of talk about really quickly, and this is not to agree with one person or another. I've always tried to take a very middle of the road approach here and just trying to figure out what actually happened. Like, well, let's get to the facts of what's going on. I do find it kind of interesting, some of the questions as to why TFE Games is not allowing a receiver. Keep in mind, as we talked about at the very start of this, the Nevada case, they claimed that Stephen Sharif and John Moore essentially stole a lot of money.
This is exactly what I'm saying.
They misappropriated millions of dollars, and they were wanting a judgment for that. And what would a receiver be able to find? Well, if you had a full-on receiver, they would look through all these finances. And I would think that would help your case, right? You would have a receiver that would report to a judge. It would be very official if they would find anything like what was alleged. But we still have this very big resistance to a receiver, which it just throws in a lot of interesting thoughts to my brain.
Yeah, mine too.
Actually, as to why that is. But I don't know why you wouldn't want that. I'm someone who has very common thoughts. I like to think by the common denominator. I think red herrings are red herrings. It's rare that you find things truly exotic and reason or nature. And so always look for the common denominator. And I don't know why they wouldn't want someone to help them find things against Stephen and do it in a way that actually has legal implications because it's done through a federal court. That doesn't seem to add up in my head for whatever reason. In addition to that,
doesn't add up in my head.
To start another Article 9 sale. You know, when we first started this, they seemed very gung-ho on like, hey, we're going to start this process again. Yet they haven't. which raises just a lot of interesting questions as to why that is. Now, if you remember, the judge was very, very clear in that if you do this again, if you do another Article 9, let me know. So they do have to tell the judge if they're going to try to sell it again. I don't know if that's part of the barrier, but I don't know. There are just some interesting questions in my mind as to why the behavior is the way it is. Again, I like to also look at behaviors. Why are people doing the things they do, and what's the most likely reason for that, or the rationale? And this one's a hard one. I don't understand. It seems to me that a receiver, if everything was above board, would help facilitate the sale really pretty quickly, because a judge would sign off on it the whole way, and you would have limited pit stops in the road, right? You would have limited prevention.
I agree with that. I hope for a Netflix
completing
movie.
the sale if it was done in this fashion. So I don't know what the rationale is. I do think it's an interesting conversation point.
What would you call it?
Perhaps we will learn more as we
Come
get
on,
to
you
see
got to
their
be able to
response.
come up with some clever
That
names
is
for this
not me
movie.
saying things are all rosy and we're going to get Ashes of Creation. I've pretty much said from day one, we will not get Ashes of Creation. No matter who owns the IP, I really do not think we will.
I agree with that.
But it's just interesting food for thought.
We're screwed on that.
I appreciate y'all watching, and
Which
as
is a
always,
bummer.
I will put the documents in the description.
It was coming along.
So do not trust me, bro. Go read for yourself.
Ashes, there you go. That's a good one. Den of Thieves. Oh, man. Yeah, come on. We got to come up with more names than that. Names for an Ashes of Creation drama movie. The Snake Pit. That's what I would call it. Ashes to Ashes. The Ashes of Creation scam story. Only if they make it a super dramatized and make a spy thriller like the Tetris movie, right? That's what I was just thinking, Griff. I freaking love the Tetris movie. If they can do a Tetris-style Ashes of Creation movie with like threats of violent, like all the stuff they're talking about, like big bruisers coming around and rattling on the door, like that could be a great movie. I could almost see any of these names working for that. Ashes to Ashes, Den of Thieves, The Snake Pit. I still think the majority of the situation was by Steven's own actions that led him to this point. Not sure anyone had a gun to his head to force him to get funding by characters like these. Well, who knows? I have no idea. I really don't. Now what it needs to be is a court case where all the court scenes are straight up Phoenix Wright style. Dude, you could go so many ways with this movie. Oh my gosh, I gotta give this a like. Paste the link to this video. I've never watched that guy before. He looks like a small creator like me, so. Perfect. Love giving that like. Yeah, you could go a lot of different ways with this content, man. I don't know. But I do share his sentiment on why wouldn't you want that neutral party? Like, if he's putting millions into this and all this money into Uber Eats and all this shit I've heard, like, it just seems like that receiver would see all that, like, instantly. Like, that would be so easy to find all that shit. And then you would have, like he said, a court-approved way of presenting those findings, and like, it would be over, right? Like, misuse of funds is far, far smaller of a crime than seizure scheme of IP assets to sell, which is a federal level crime case. So, Catalyst, you're saying that the Dawson side could be nailed for a much larger crime than the Stevens side. So the reason they don't want a receiver is like their ass would be way more in trouble than Steven. They're likely to death cover their ass and prevent discovery move with a neutral arbiter. I could see that. What I said earlier is that one of the claims Steven made was that the closure of Intrepid was a fabricated scheme by Dawson and his TFA entity to seize assets and sell them. Steven fucked up, but the investors managed to fuck up more. Yeah. I think no matter how this plays out, I think that is going to be the ultimate outcome. Both sides fucked up, but one side really, really fucked up. And again, I'm not choosing what side that's going to be, but if I look at history, it's usually the people with more money. So, and Dawson and them clearly have more money than Steven, so it just seems like they're capable of a much larger fuck up than Steven. So the AoC situation is like Warhammer 40k. There are no good guys. Everyone is terrible and we all lose. Yeah, exactly, Grip. You nailed it. Which would be a far worse crime against Dawson, yeah. Exactly. Everybody's terrible and we all lose. I mean, that's all Warhammer. Warhammer Fantasy was like that too. If I remember correctly. About that time, guys. I remember getting I was never super into Warhammer, any of them, but yeah, Griff, I don't ever let go. We have yet, I hope somebody's watching that will challenge it when I say this, but we have only ever lost the first large tree that ever spawned. Since then, we have not lost a single large. What the hell's going on? PAX Day is not one of this. Put my game piece. Mess with it. Rebooting this thing. Three parties at the pit. DK and Sanctum active already too. Hell yeah! Freaking bring it, guys. So if they can find proof that Steven didn't actually put his own legitimate 55 million in the game, then that's really bad too. Isn't always winning kind of boring? No, not boring at all. Like, this is what you work for, right? You put hard work and hard work, planning, execution. You put all that in order to win. Like, you just need your opponents to step it up. You know what I mean? You don't want to dumb it down so that they can win.
Microphone activated.
Hey, hey, hey.
Yo, yo.
What's up, Magella? Am I coming through? I'll let you know soon. Freaking backstay is giving me issues here. Keyboard's not working out. Hey, Griff. I hear that. There we go. Yep, I got it. I'm leading tonight, so be careful, or be patient. If you're watching this, at this point of the stream, like I transitioned into gamer mode here. My attention's a lot on the multiple comms that are going on, so. And I will have to blank the screen out from time to time, but I will definitely show any battles that happen. Get those cheeks ready? Hell yeah. Apparently it's pretty active out here tonight. Yeah, I'm aware, Lethargic. Unfortunately, is I can't be broadcasting to our enemy what our position is. So, I will only be able to lift the curtain for the big fights that we're hoping. Oh. What's your stupid name, Jack? Hmm. Oh my. Jesus. I know, right? I feel like it's a UE5 problem. Like every UE5 game says a shit draw distance. Yeah. Like Doom was the same way. Yes, Chris needs one too. X up in clan chat if you need a group. Copy that. Copy. Theo, can you start the group and hoover all those people up if you guys haven't got one yet? Good rule. You have a count? For some reason, when you said Ghost Rider, I thought Knight Rider. Alright. Is it like Zima Gold? Yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. Velocity, I have not. I didn't know there was one. Awesome. Yeah. Oh, yeah. My God. Oh shit, 40 minutes. Is that, is the interview like a subset of that video, or is the whole video worth watching? Yeah, I know the last bar citizen in China had a bunch of good information in it, but it was only like a certain portion of it. Gotcha. Awesome. Appreciate the link. As soon as I'm in there. Yeah, right in the grill. Yeah, let's put it right here in front of the phone, where the little steps are. I'm feeling a little light. Copy. Right here in front of the fire. Where Grollo's jumping. Mm. Yeah, timer's in 2 minutes. Yeah, go ahead and take 5. Yeah, good point, Zinley. I told everybody earlier today I got a key for Anvil Empires. We're gonna check it out on 511. Taking my 5. I'll be right back. I'm back, by the way. Sorry, I'm having a snack. Sorry for the radio silence. Anybody else playing Envy Empire? I'm gonna give this gonna give this just a few more minutes, see if we get a big fight here. If not, we'll just call this a night. Jelly, you there? Magello, you there? Is that your battle gear? Actually, I'm just going to go ahead and follow the stream. It's got to be boring watching this evasive maneuvers thing and the The action just has not happened yet. I will record, and if we get a big fight, I will share it. New video coming out on Tuesday. Take care. Hope to see you in the comments. Till then, Warlow out.